Hi there, everybody. Happy Tuesdays. Sorry I didn't get to stream on the weekend. I just didn't really find a good time for it, so I'm making up with it here. Hi. Welcome. We are already on the finale of Quarantine Zone, which is very exciting. And this is going to be probably the toughest encounter to design for, because the hardest part first is figuring out how the frick I should get Flood onto the gondola that doesn't involve just spawning them out of the hole at the very bottom. I would like to rely on that as little as possible, because that's very annoying in vanilla. This is probably the most unpolished segment in all of Halo 2, and that is saying a lot. Like, probably one of my least favorite encounters in the entire series, so what we're doing is I've basically thrown out all of the enemy spawns and enemy AI scripting, and I'm restarting all of that from scratch so I can have full control over the entire experience from start to finish. And as you can see also, let me re-enable light maps. Gold Athena has been hard at work making some insane visual glow-ups to the key, which is then what the gondola here is called. Still a work in progress, but adding a bunch of cool new texture details, bells and whistles to the whole thing. Very, very excited to see what she comes up with here. I have a bunch of random stray ammo and object placements on the gondola just for the sake of like testing. I haven't nailed down what I want placed on the gondola just yet, on the key. Will have to hereby be mentioned as the key because that's what it's called. Overhauled sort of entrance room. And where you poured it from. When I get to the BSP pass for this mission, I need to fix the broken weather poly in this room because it is snowing indoors. Thank you, Bungie. But yeah, the object placement on the key isn't quite nailed down yet. First and foremost, I just really need to figure out getting all of the enemy spawns onto the key first and foremost. Like all the Flood, how they get on there, and then I'll fine-tune everything from there. So it's a bit of a process, this encounter. Very, lots of function over form, front-loaded, right at the start of this encounter's prep work, which we are going to do today. Let me show you what I have for this encounter so far. I've basically split this in the whole key ride up into 3 chunks. We have the first horizontal ride through the library entrance here. The initial flood waves. And then as you come into the vertical shaft, here it becomes start the second segment of the gondola where it begins rising. That's what we're going to work on today. And then the third segment is the second horizontal ride all the way to the library's entrance. So that's how I'm sort of mentally splitting up this encounter design-wise into chunks. So I've already got the flood spawns planned out and implemented for the first stretch of this of the key ride. It's not like fine-tuned or anything at this point yet. It's more just like getting everything set up for fine-tuning later. But yeah. Will Marines be present? Thinking about on their key that is ahead of yours, I'm maybe placing a few like AI to represent the Marines fighting the Flood over there, but that'll come at the very end, if at all. And then have I divulged the gimmick that I added to this mission, which is like, throughout this mission, you basically, all of the ally elites that you can meet throughout this mission, you can rally to your team, kind of like the fire teams in Halo Reach. And then every elite that you sort of rescue in this mission, while they don't follow you all the way through the mission, every elite you rescue will show up later on the key ride. So the more elites you rescue throughout this mission, and the more you keep alive, the more you'll have on the key to protect you. So you're going to see that in action with this funny little counter that Patty made for me to keep track of the elites that you have rallied. So we test this encounter. There we go. And then all of these elites are guys that you can actually meet throughout the mission, and they will all show up later on the key ride. Sort of feel like that gimmick fits this mission's overall context like a glove, giving you that overarching sort of gameplay context that adds that level of interest. I haven't done any object placements here except for those overshields over there yet. I'm saving like all of the object placements and touch-ups like that for after I get the encounter figured out from start to finish. Get it basically functional first. Cool thing to add it is making work in progress doors for the gondola. It won't open at the moment. Here's
Watch your fire.
Hi. Yeah, this door will open when you approach.
We cannot let the humans capture the icon. The higher-ups do not look kind.
Alright, and then we also made a standalone Warthog turret to place on the gondola, similar to what we see in ODST. The model is Patty. All of Patty's work, I believe. Did Luna chip in at all? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Patty is responsible for most of this. But yeah, giving the Gauss turret some more rep here. And adding some nice indulgent spice to the key ride here. Giving that initial sort of gameplay interest and allowing you to go crazy initially with the Gauss turret. It is a challenge and a half getting the majority of flood spawns to come from the docks that you pass under, and getting them to consistently jump onto the gondola without falling off. They do not make their mark consistently in vanilla, I'll tell you that. So I wanted to have most of the flood spawns come from the docks that you pass under, and not rely as heavily on flood spawns coming out of the hole at the bottom. But I do still want to make use of it to get you to move around the gondola and get off the Gauss turret every now and then. Hi. At this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an AI line that points out floods starting to spawn from the hole below on the lower levels, and that'll sort of draw you off of the turret. Also, I added a fuel rod flood that jumps on over there. They got a squad going down there to take care of them. I'm going to go give them a hand. And that's about all of the enemy spawns that I have working up to this point. Still have yet to fine-tune everything from here, but that's what we have so far. Also, these Fuel Rod Ultra Blood spawns are legendary exclusives. Just decided to be a little evil like that. What we're going to be working on today is figuring out the enemy spawns for the Ascension, the second sort of segment that I consider it. Okay, so we don't have any more enemy spawns from here. I just wiped the slate clean in that, for that. But what I'm planning to do is, they originally Bungie planned to have carriers and flood carriers and flood jumping down from above onto your gondola, like sort of bombarding you. And then also there was a Juggernaut fight planned, I think, for this section as well. It jumps onto your gondola, so I'm going to implement that as well. So this sort of vertical ascension will involve a Juggernaut fight, including a cut line from Hatoris. So mostly carriers and a Juggernaut is what is going to be involved in this vertical ascension, and sprinkle in some combat forms there as well. So, first and foremost, most important thing is figuring out how we're going to get the carriers onto the gondola, onto the key. You want to know something funny, though? Something kind of ironic? I bet you didn't even notice, but I actually slowed the key down a lot. A lot. So in vanilla, after you cross this sort of threshold here, the key fucking goes zoom fucking billion miles per hour into the hole here. So much so that the game becomes practically unplayable because your projectiles just cannot deal with that insane level of speed that the key is going at. So I literally had to slow it down coming into here so you could still fight the flood and shoot at them without your projectiles just flying off. So that is kind of the ironic part here, is that you can slow it down and make the whole ride take longer as long as you're doing something interesting. But yeah, that was like insane. It was already the level of speed that the key was going at literally made it so the flood that I made drop down from here were getting splattered by the key itself as they dropped down onto it. It was unreasonable. Alright, so we need to plan out all of the flood carrier spawns here. And for testing purposes, also need to get a sort of test script to get the key into here and to rise. So let me whip that up real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy all of this into a static script, just so I can call that, so to get the key into place, start the vertical rise, so I can test all of those spawns. So git static void key rise test. I need to teleport it into place. I'll get it on the at the very end of its horizontal track, so I can transition smoothly into its vertical rise. Teleport it into place, and then let's. Should have a different position track for the latter half of the horizontal line. Horizontal one, yes. That is after the vertical shift. Also need the switch B as yeah, there we go. Okay, that's the end of its horizontal, so it could begin its vertical rise. Keeping Halo 2's low detail infection form models. Oh, we glowed up the infection form models and textures a long time ago. They look a lot better and more high detail than in vanilla. Comments of the code from the original script, did you add them? These are all, yeah, these are all the ones you're looking at here from, like, overwhelming majority of them are from Bungie. Are they really also? Are there female ODST, Ruby? I did add the Michelle Rodriguez voice to the ODSTs, yeah. Don't have to make a new model, though, because you can't even see the face. Alright, key rise test. Perfect. And it begins to rise. Alright, perfect. Let me disable light maps here so I can see better. How's the gondola ride now? Overhauling it to be a lot more polished and rewarding for engaging with. Trying to work out getting all of the enemies onto the key first and foremost. Alright, so let's do the initial wave of carriers here that'll bombard the, let's see. Bungie put these platforms in on both sides, so I can take advantage of all of these. I just need to figure out the logistics of how they'll jump off. I already made a generic sort of script here that gets the flood to jump off of wherever they're perched. Key carrier B is what I'm calling this segment. A1. So that'll consist of the dudes that are on the first level here, and then second level, and then third level, and fourth level. And then any more that come from the sort of mid up here. See how much, like, where exactly I need to spawn for this. Already have a bunch of squad groups and orders worked out for the key, both the Flood and the allies. That was my phone ring. Includes stencil lighting being restored? No. But we do have an improved lighting, dynamic lighting engine thanks to Sev. He reworked the dynamic lighting code, so it looks a lot nicer. Okay, so this dude here is going to jump at a 90-degree angle. I need to find what direction is considered a 90-degree angle to jump from here. Gonna be over here. Alright. Let's just test you out. And I need to make an AI script here for second wave here. When are we gonna wake this script? Probably when it ticks the boolean for entering the vertical shaft. Wake that here. Wake AI key. Let be. And then where is my test script? In relation to that. Let me copy this there so I can have those scripts together. I'll just leave. Okay, so script dormant, AI key flood B. Going to wait until it's begun its vertical rise. And then it's going to start spawning in these guys, the timing of which I can work out. E flood carrier. Oh. Let's show up the shipmaster. Yeah, he has similar special army permutations as you see in the special elites in Halo 1, and also we gave him like Halo 3 style shoulder pads. How hard is it to script? It's a learning curve, but I personally find it really fun and rewarding to learn and do. So I'm just gonna start with like guesstimate of 300 ticks before spawning him. We'll see how the timing is on that. Gotta work out each and every spawn that I add here to make sure they get onto the key at the right timing and successfully make their mark. Right, so what we'll do is I'll wait both scripts. That's this. Rise, test, and wake AI E flood B. Where's the key? Showing up. Why did it not show up before? Probably because it's not set to permanently active. A PS set object. Make it always active. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's see if this little carrier makes his mark. I forgot to even link the script. Oop. Let me just go ahead and put the wake AI. God damn it. That script is below this one, so it doesn't know it exists. There's the carrier. Trying to see how the shape of the key conforms to this chamber, so I know how and where I need to spawn them. Need to put the command back in the spot. Going to jump at 90 degrees. Yeah, way too late. Also, maybe potentially need to spawn him somewhere else so he's closer. Actually, might make more sense to have a dedicated script for the vertical rise. Let me see if I can make a generic script that'll work for all the spawns in the vertical shaft that just like yeets them forward to get them onto the key. PS key, flood. Trying to make something that's universally applicable to all the flood spawns in this segment. Could use object set velocity or object jump to point. Let's try CS jump to point. Vertical velocity of 4. Horizontal velocity of 4, vertical velocity of 3. Try that. And then also give the certain timing to accomplish that. Let's say 206. Not sure when exactly I'll need to spawn. Hi there, little dude. Yes, indeed. That should work regardless of where I spawn them, and regardless of what direction they're facing. I'll test that. Whee! Nice. Beautiful jump. Absolutely gorgeous jump. Alright, now let me test that on dudes that are facing 4 different directions even, to make sure that works regardless of where I put them and where they're facing. You need to face 180 degrees. You face negative 90 degrees. You face 0 degrees. Alright. All of these boys need to make the jump. Oh my god, guys, forerunner tank. Forerunner tank confirmed. Turret guns is holdable. Do you hit them from a turret like Halo 3? Yeah, you can melee the crouching human and Covenant turrets to get the guns off of them and pick them up. I do have them sometimes just placed throughout the level, occasionally. Alright, everybody, this is your moment. Everybody make it? You landed in a weird spot, but you made it. Alright, nice and easy. I'm gonna place you more off to the side so you don't land on the top fin there. Let me see how the timing on that feels from the perspective of being on the key itself. Ideally, I want these guys to explode on impact. Because there is a cut line from an elite ally telling you to take cover. Need to move you so you don't land like right in the middle. I have a bunch of different spawns here, so I can thoroughly test all of the possible spawns that I want here. Alright, so we spawn all 10 of you. Yep, the carriers have Halo CE's move forward animation, which is a lot more functional to gameplay. They just move faster. And they need to move fast so they can keep up with the combat forms they're supposed to blow up around. By the time you get to the vertical shaft here, you're probably still going to be fighting the remnants of the flood from the first segment, so you need to not spawn these guys initially. Not all of them made it. Only 2 of them made it, in fact. are these little vents here anyway? These spawn points? Oh yeah, I can spawn... Bungie put little vents here that I can spawn dudes in. I'll take advantage of that. For sure. Thank you, Bungie. There's some here as well. I'll have a carrier spawn in each of these. Wonder how the jumping thing will work here. Hope he doesn't like splatter on the environment from going so fast, jumping so hard. See if everybody gets on. That's pretty. Okay, 4 of them made it on. Although 2 of them landed on the top bin here. Alright, let me just take it one at a time. Alright, you guys make it on, but you're on top of the fin. Here's, let me see if I can fix that. I might even need to run like scripts on these guys. I can just have them move forward off of spawn. Move forward like 8 world units. Let's see how that works. Oh, that makes them overshoot the hell out of the jump. I could just wait. Could just spawn these guys a little bit later. Let me see. So they wouldn't overshoot like that. But they all need to spawn at the same time now. You know, maybe I should consider the guys up here as part of Wave 2, so I can spawn them later, so they'll be more likely to get in. And then the guys in the vents up here will be part of Wave 3. Okay, yeah, so I'll use those vents for Wave 2. Wave 1 will just consist of the guys here. Let's see how many of you make it on. Only 2 of them. The dudes in the back missed the mark quite a bit. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Get the icon!
Hi, I'm back. Alright, what were we doing? Getting these guys onto this freaking thing. Alright, let's see where these guys go wrong. Here's the freaking thing. They almost make it. Need to make them fly farther. Giving them that initial vertical boost really does help. All of them made it! Hey! Should probably add a tiny bit of randomization to the jump timing of the jump stair. How much would I theoretically need to donate for you to be crazy enough to try recreating a theoretical foreigner tank? That's something that we have like no info on, so it'd pretty much be entirely comprised of our own ideas. That'd be a big ask. Nice, everybody made it. Okay, now let me experiment with adding a tiny bit of randomization to that. Random range, let's say 235 to 245. Just so there's a little bit, it feels a little bit more natural. Got a promotion and feeling wild. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not something I can commit to. Even the Forerunner tank. I mean, let's be honest though, the key ride pretty much is entirely what the Forerunner tank would have been, if we're being honest. Minus it having like a gun that shoots debris that drives through. Pretty certain if they did do the Forerunner tank, it'd be pretty similar to what we see here. Where the heck did these guys land? They landed in the glitched geometry up there. Which one of those guys? Who was that landed up there? On the CE remake, what do you want to see in it? I want to see all of Bungie's cut ideas realized. I want to see Halo CE is already a really well realized game in my eyes, so I'm super open to seeing ways that they can reimagine things. I need to angle these guys' jump a little bit so they land somewhere better. Or I could just move them. Move them this side instead of like on the other side. Definitely, I think so. Cricket Birkin. In reality, I think the key really is just the fully realized version of the initial conception of the Forerunner tank. Okay, where did everybody land? Y'all still landed up here. You need to stop doing that. Actually, I could just move them back farther so they don't land there. You land. You landed up here still, so I need to move you even a little bit further back. Blood Pelicans and Phantoms dropping Flood Comet forms off on the Gondola. That would be a lot of extra work for what this is essentially accomplishing here, which is taking advantage of all these spawn platforms that already exist. And also, we'll visit the idea of dropships dropping off Flood when we get to High Charity, which has specifically is sort of built around that idea. Okay, that works. All of them made it on. Now let's start figuring out the second wave. Should be pretty similar placement-wise. We're gonna use the vents in addition to the platforms. How hard is it to replace character models? I mean, there's a pipeline for it to learn and do it pretty easily. There's a learning curve, which yeah, you can do it. Actually, several platforms I can take advantage of here. Here first. Face 90 degrees, you're gonna face negative 90 degrees. Make sure you do not land the vents on. Okay, let me just make sure that these guys can make it on first. When should I spawn? See, let's wait another 10 seconds and then spawn them in. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have Mackenzie and Perez at the very end of the mission. Possible, but I'm not sure yet. Either you're gonna find them already dead, or you're gonna kill them yourself. second wave spawn. I gotta spawn them in a lot sooner. Wait, only 4 seconds instead of 10 seconds. How many of those made it on? I couldn't quite see. Why a blue ruby rather than a sapphire for your pen name? Because I like the word ruby, but my favorite color is blue. It's a compromise. Did they all blow up on impact? I mean, that's what I want, but I'm just like... If they all blow up on impact, but the infection forms do as well, that's a little bit problematic. Although I think the key actually might be going too fast to get, like, speeded up a little bit. Let me try this. Hold on. Object cannot take damage. AI get object. AI current actor. And after they finish their jump. Oop, that's the wrong script. After they finish their jump, we'll re-enable them to take damage. Or I'll just script them to manually die since they're supposed to blow up on impact anyway. Just make them not take damage for now. New areas in the mission High Charity. Definitely going to do the Warthog run. I'm not sure about other editions. Likely I will still make other BSP adjustments or additions at level. In addition to the Warthog run. Likely. Okay, they all made it on successfully, but these guys landed in a bad spot. I really hope that any infection forms I spawn don't immediately get splattered by the key because of how fast it's moving, because that would be very annoying to deal with. Ah, you fuckers still landing up there. Wait, is it those guys that I adjusted? Who is landing up there? I can't quite tell. Who is landing there? Okay, so it's the dudes in the back that are landing up there. Move them side, I think. Whoa, where are you going? Okay, that should work. Let me, like, kill them to see if their infection forms immediately die. Most of them do get splattered instantly by the key, so I might need to slow it down here. Which will also fuck up the timing that I have worked out so far. It takes 90 seconds to get to the top, currently, I think. Let's adjust that to like 120 seconds instead and see if that's a little nicer to the infection forms. Demo is possible, yeah. No plans for it at the moment though. Oops. Kill you lot. A lot of them do get flattered, but wait, hold on, did I not read that? I need to double check if they're actually made a difference. Like 9999 seconds to get up. Oh yeah, okay, that works. Let's try 180 seconds instead. Has like double the length that it takes to get up here, but I need it to be enough to where infection forms don't just automatically die. Oh yeah, that's a lot kinder to the infection forms. Okay, let's see how fast I can make it move without, while still keeping the infection forms alive. Hi there, Hyokin. Infection swarms dropping from the top to make it look like a large infection wave. That would probably result in, like, guaranteed dying on impact. Because they would hit terminal velocity and then hit the key as it's also moving up. Probably need to speed up its acceleration, too, if I slow it down like this. So that speed is still very unkind at the infection. 140 seconds. Hi there, Beta Venus. We made a bunch of visual glow-ups to the gondola. They're still a work in progress. That should work very well. That's a good amount of infection forms still alive. Now, let me play around with the idea of scripting them to die about when they impact. Or just re-enable them to take damage and see if they die on him landing. Bad spot. Okay, so I will, if I want them to die on impact, then I need to have them, like, maybe probably wait until they're in the key's trigger volume. Let's see if there's a trigger volume for the key. And then manually kill them by a script after that. Key rides. I need a trigger volume that's parented to the key itself. Just easy for volumes. Alright. Sleep until or volume test objects side AI actors AI current actor. And then we're gonna sleep 10 ticks and then AI kill AI current actor. Which cool idea would you implement to it? That's a big can of worms. I would probably use the Flood in some way, so they could... The Flood and the Covenant in conjunction with each other, because Halo 3 lacks three-way battles in general. I don't know how the hell you would reason getting the Flood in that mission, but who knows. Hey, that works. Need to delay that a little bit longer, maybe. Hey, perfect. Lots of infection forms still left alive. Yeah, I like that. You landed in the wrong spot again, dickhead. Move you even further back. Okay, back to figuring out these guys' bombardments. Let me figure out the spawns for the guys that'll come in here. That'll spawn in here. I am actually kind of starving. I might need to get something to eat in a second. I have the stamina to keep going. So let's spawn all 10 of those guys. See if they all make it. I need to delay their spawn by quite long. Let me try giving them the same score. Let me make sure these guys don't. Waiting for their cue. They just immediately die in there. Let me restore their ability to not take damage so they don't just base plant against the wall in here when they jump. Oh yeah, I need to move them further. Get over the edge. Oh yeah, the guys coming out of the vent overshoot their mark by a ton because of the trajectory of the vent here. What about the guys that spawn in these vents, though? Do they at least make their mark? Almost. Yeah, if I'm gonna have guys spawn out of those vents, they need to have their own distinct timing. I'll reserve use of those vents for another squad if I need them. Maybe more combat forms. Alright, now one more wave of carrier bombardments. Let's have this one come a little bit longer after the other two. Let's have them spawn from all the way up here. Don't have to make use of literally every single spawn point that Bungie put here. That vent might be in the way of this carrier's jump, but we'll see. Alright. I think I also need to figure out where the Juggernaut is going to jump from. Should land about middle of the top level. Maybe with 2 randomized spawn points. What's the timing gonna be on these guys spawn? Let's have them wait a little bit longer. Let's wait like 240 ticks to spawn them in. This is a little less than 10. Yo, Gold Athena. This is the H2R dev that's working so hard to make the gondola pretty to look at. There they go! And I think they all made it, except for these doofuses who landed up here. Those guys are from the first squad as well. We're working it out. It's crazy. We're working it out. These guys are like automatically migrating to the first squad. So those guys were actually from the second squad, I think. Okay, yeah, I need to move to... Isn't the Gauss turret too OP for the segment? Can balance it around the existence of the Gauss turret. Hehehehe. Gory chaos. Who is still landing up here though? I swear. Build Athena, can you please? I don't know how much work you've done with the collision up here, but the fucking flood keep clipping through this upper section here, and it's really annoying because it doesn't have any collision. So if you could fix that, that would make my life so much easier. They keep clipping through the collision of the very top of the key and getting stuck up there. God. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $5. But if you put in... With all that you have to do, it's impressive what Bungie was able to pull off in a year. Kind of puts it into perspective. Thank you. Oh, those guys are overshooting by a lot. Let's delay their spawn more. Like 360 ticks. Need to wait a little bit longer so they spread out a little more evenly. Let's go 440 ticks, which is just under 15 seconds. I would say the level designers of this whole section definitely did their job. They gave the mission designers a fuck ton of spawn points to work with. I'm just guessing the mission designers really didn't have enough time to take advantage of all of it properly. I like how some of them come flying off from the other ones. Explosions. Oh, that is actually too late now. CE 2-3 ODST reach. That is indeed the release order. What is going on with you? You did not even jump, bro. Did I put him too far back? Maybe. Oh, it's because they're spawning more than the placements that's actually there. That's probably skewing the results here a bit. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $2 super chat. Can you add sprinting to Halo 2? It would be a very irritating implementation of sprint, the way Halo 2 had it, which is just like activating after a certain amount of time running. It would feel very jarring. Your movement speed just constantly changing. Okay, that works. These guys landed on the very top. Who was that landed up there? Okay, these guys are bouncing off of the things on the side here, so I need to move them to be closer together so they don't pinball off of the geometry like that. To move them a lot further back so they don't land on the very top like that. even further back. Okay, that's a good spot for them to plan. Okay, let me see how that feels like from the perspective of standing on the key. Hey, nice. It's nice and frantic. Gotta take cover down here. Okay, and then in the midst of all that, at some point, the Juggernaut is going to jump down onto here. Alright, let me see how that, how all of that chaos, comes across in the actual practical encounter.
Forward, warriors, and fear not pain or death. We cannot let the humans. Greetings. The higher-ups do not look kind.
Kurt can also either spawn on the left or the right side, just so there's kind of has some little bit of variation on our feet playthroughs.
Look, up ahead. The parasite gathers for an attack.
Consider the Gauss turret a sort of quick here. Easy, indulgent, blood sniping at the very start before ramping up the difficulty and sort of enticing you off of the Gauss turret and move around the platform. That's a lot of guys. I do like the little lull in between the encounters here. Give the dialogue time to play out. Spawning below. Alright, now we're gonna start getting bombarded here pretty soon. Gotta deal with these guys. Okay, and And then I also, when the carriers bombard, I need to get the rest of the allies to come down here and take cover from the carriers. There's also a cut line that'll point out the carriers falling down from above. Fucking background music with the in-game music here is fucking up. Oh, right, fuck. I didn't, I need to reapply the speed that I had in my test script and put it into the actual Gondola script so it goes the speed that it should be. Okay, gonna take 140 seconds as opposed to Vanilla's 90 seconds. But as long as you're doing something fun and interesting, it can go on longer.
Capture the icon. The higher-ups do not look high Look, up ahead. The parasite gathers for an attack.
I think I also want to add a randomized placement of a Covenant plasma turret on the ramps on both sides. I'm also going to have allies vocalize to point out the flood spawning in below to tip the player off that they're down there. Time to go give allies below a hand. Drop their fuel rod for me. Nice job. Okay, now we get the carrier bombardment. I'm gonna tell everybody else to migrate down here so they take cover. Yeah, because they get fucked up easily from that. I love the swarm of infection forms. Ah! Ah! I like that. like... Let me simulate what it'll be like for the allies stick it down here. The AI set orders, Covenant, rallied, key cov low? Not a valid order. Key cov low. Let's see. What is that order? What did I call that order? Cov low full. Alright, everybody get down here. Take cover. Hurry! I like the phasing of that. I'm not gonna spawn I'm not gonna spawn as many carriers. Probably I'm only gonna spawn like 3 of them per squad up there. And in the midst of all that, a Juggernaut covered by a squad of combat forms is also going to jump down. Ideally, before you get out of this sort of prize here. Nice, okay. See how many I want to spawn there. Let's go like 2 on normal, 4 on legendary for each one of these carrier bombardments. Yeah, we do have ODST combat forms. Okay, let's do the Juggernaut now. Key Juggernaut. Okay, probably going to be pretty easy to figure out how to get him onto the gondola. Just need to figure out where I want him to spawn. I can probably from this platform here, I would think would make sense. Want him to land, want him to land either on the left or the right side on the top side. Let's try here first. And probably should give him his own script to get onto the gondola. Let me make a copy of jumping script I have here. Also make sure he cannot take damage while he gets down here. Alright, so what is your jump gonna look like? You're gonna jump at velocity of 3 horizontal, 2 vertical. CS key jug. Okay. Let's see how you handle that. When am I gonna spawn you? Let's spawn you at about the same timing that I do the carriers. The third wave of carriers. Maybe a little bit after. wait like 2 seconds and then we'll spawn you in. Alright, let's see how that works. Let's get juggy with it. There he is. Nice jump. Ah, beautiful. Let's move you a little bit forward so you can land exactly where I want you to. Alright, and now let's add in a randomized spawn across here so you can either land on the left or the right. Okay, that's that again. There's a really funny cut line from Tartarus here as well that taunts Arbiter as the Juggernaut appears. I'm gonna make use of that. Here, let me play it for you. I think it's this
I see you found yourself a playmate, Arbiter.
I like that. Breaking Benjamin, more like breaking copyright. Get out of here. Where'd you land? Yeah, landed exactly where I wanted him to. Perfect. Make him jump a little bit farther. Nice. And then shortly afterwards, I'm going to spawn a combat form squad that sort of hovers around him. Let's have him keep running his command script as well, so I can control when he berserks and starts running. That's gonna depend on whether he's low on health or if you've killed all of the combat forms around him. That was Bungie's intention, for him to have a little squad of combat forms guarding him. Where do I want to spawn these comments? Why don't they try from the vents up here? I want to make some use of them. E flood E. Have like 4 of them on normal, 6 on legendary, no upgrades. Gonna need to make their own orders as well. E flood. Body guards. Be supporting the Juggernaut. Follow squad. E-Jug. Follow radius. 1 rolled unit. 5 maybe. And let's also have them berserk when the Juggernaut dies. I'm gonna need a script for that, though. Let me make a dedicated script for the Juggernaut. Alright, it's gonna wait until either all of his bodyguards are dead, or he's half health, and then we'll make him berserk. with a timeout of like 4,000 ticks. And also, optionally, if the Juggernaut is, if all of his bodyguards are still alive, we're going to wait until the Juggernaut is dead, and if the Juggernaut is dead while his bodyguards are still alive, we'll make all the remaining bodyguards berserk. Girl. Okay, then we're going to go AI, berserk, key, flood, B. True. Alright. Okay, so they are gonna follow the Juggernaut all over the key. Anywhere he goes. Those little sycophants. Okay, and then when the Juggernaut dies, we're gonna have them, if they're still alive, we're gonna transition their orders into generic, just charge the player. Yeah. Actually, this order is kind of funky because it'll count all of the infection forms that spawn from the Juggernaut if you destroy his body, but that's not too big of an issue. It only specifies living count rather than non-swarm count, which excludes any infection forms. But that's not a big deal. Because they're going to be berserking anyway when the Juggernaut dies, so they're going to be charging regardless of whether or not they have valid firing positions to path to. Okay. Let's work out their spawn locations now. Let's try these vents. Just get the big generic variety of all these guys. Half of them human. Weapons. I'm gonna go mostly SMGs, magnums, plasma pistols, and needlers on the guys. let's see if they can successfully make their mark. You landed successfully. Did I tell the game how many of them I wanted to spawn? 4 to 6. I believe one of them landed successfully. Oh, are you running? Oh, they're running a command script. I need to fix that. Oh, rip. There they are. Okay, so they are overshooting quite a bit. Okay, I can delay their spawns. Wait, like 5 more seconds? Whee! Hey, I think they all made it. Okay, you guys need to follow the Juggernaut. I need to regenerate pathfinding. There they go. There we go. Okay, so that should be like pretty much all of the content for the second wave. Let me see. Let me handle like telling the AI to go to the lower levels when the carriers show up, and then when the Juggernaut shows up, I'm gonna have them go to the sides of the gondola, the sides of the key, and cover you from there. Into my ally script. Okay, so sleep until G E. Let's see, what is the Boolean for this? After rising. After enter. That is when it starts as ascent, which is timed to the carrier's bombarding, so that'll work. Alright. AI set orders covenant rallied E cov low back. That should transition to keep level full once the flow on the lower levels have been filled. Yeah. Low flood. I go all the way back to the key every time I want to do anything with the firing points. Let me change this to low flood dead. Then, when all of the carriers have died down, they're gonna come up to the top. But only if the Juggernaut is not also on the lower level, I would think, would make sense. So, until... Okay, swarm count. Less than, let's say, 12. This is going to be specific orders for both the guys on the left and the right side. They're going to cover you from there on the left, and then if the Juggernaut approaches, they will fall back. I need to add some trigger volumes for that. or a trigger volume. It'll only fire from this position if the Juggernaut is on the top and not on the side. So let me make a trigger volume for that. Alright, TV, E, Jug, top. As long as the Juggernaut is in this trigger volume, they will fight from the sides. Otherwise, they'll retreat back down below. So they're not aggroing the Juggernaut and standing right beside him like idiots. We're not on top. Oh, there's no script function. There's no trigger function. Check if an AI is in a trigger volume. I'll have to make a script function, script condition for that. Reference true. Global in a jug. Top and script static boolean Juggernaut top volume, and that's going to take true if I don't need a boolean for this. True if volume test objects key top AI actors key jug. Okay, so if Juggernaut is not in that trigger volume, we're gonna fall back down there. We're gonna fall back. Let's have you fall back here. Okay, and then same thing, but for the Covenant on the right side. Ecov Jug R. Have a good one, Texel. Alright. That should be those orders sorted out. Let's see how that works. Probably also make sure the Phantom is disregarded so the Flood aren't trying to target it. AI disregard. AI actors. Right, Hatoris. Also make him just Phantom. Adding Easter eggs? You betcha. Start moving down here now.
Cleansing flame. Prepare your home.
Here they come. bombardment. Fuel rod up there. Oh, it's got a boost. Hi! This is bodyguard squad. I should probably make AI prefer target player while the Juggernaut's on the field. Let's save it. Should be they're waiting until all of the flood on the bottom level are cleared out, I think. Those guys. Oh, I forgot to set the right side squad. The right orders. Oh yeah, this guy's just gonna charge regardless because he has an energy sword. That's all he knows how to do. Nothing I can do about that. Other than like forcefully switching into a ranged weapon. Bro just bodied the Juggernaut. Holy shit. Guys gonna go to where you're supposed to be. They are hanging out down there, which is not supposed to be because the Juggernaut's up here. That is true, he is up here, so they should not be down there. Be down there. Let me see what happens if I can get the Juggernaut to come down here. It's like reversed. Take a jump. Let me change the way that trigger works then. Reference false. Let's change that to script reference false. Let me break out a test mod for this one. Should go right to the right side, or left side. That's not where you're supposed to go, sir. Maybe I need to write this out in a better way so we don't have a bunch of double negatives. Let me reverse these. Okay. Okay, so you should be going down there now, since the Juggernaut is not here. Alright, let's test that out again. Yeah, I'm gonna fix the audio of the Elite's dialogue here, Hazard. It's more audible. Maybe so I can't die as well, just so I can properly test this.
Look, up ahead. The parasite gathers for an attack.
Also make AI prefer to target the player during this fight. Give me your gun. Killing that guy. Okay, now we're starting to move up. Why are they transitioning between those orders so chaotically? What's going on there? Oh yeah, I'm having them set their orders too soon. To wait until the Juggernauts actually spawned. There's the Juggernaut. They set their orders. Are you guys gonna go where you need to be? Yeah, good job. Let me set them here for player as well. Bodyguards died, and whenever he's not up here, to Covenant are gonna fall back down here. He can get down here competently. Yeah, it's not exactly ideal. I'll need to edit like the jump hints so I can clear the railing there. Looks like their order's working properly now. When the Juggernaut drops down, they should come up here. Perfect. This fucking elite here, because this is such an annoying AI behavior in Halo 2. Like, AI, no matter what they'll do, if an AI sees another AI that has not detected them and has their back turned, they will try to sneak up on them and assassinate them, regardless of if it makes any sense to do so in that context. It should be falling back down now. Unless they're just, like, super enticed by wanting to melee him. God damn it, it's still not working properly. I just set to false, so they should not be up here right now. retimed the doors so that doesn't happen. I changed the speed the gondola's moving at. Need to test this properly. Nice. Hang. Be moving up there now? Yep. Right, you're there. Now you're gonna go down here. We're no longer on the top. That means you should fall back down here. Now he is back on the top. I'm looking around. Right, now you're going down there. What the fuck? Why is that not? Why is this being weird? The trigger is set to false, so you should not still be up here. AI trigger test. On top. Trigger is set to false. So you should not still be up here. The fucking order system just not working as intended. Because the goal zones that it's being weird. Sorry, my chat froze. Prefer the gameplay of the Juggernaut or the pure forms in Halo 3? They serve relatively different purposes. I'm not sure. So the Juggernaut is not on the top level, so you're going to where you're supposed to be. is on the top level. And go up there as you should. Okay. It's working. Alright, now back to the lower level. No? You just don't care? Can't go back and forth between your position sets like that. Try to do my best with this. Let me change this in a way to where it works closer to how I want, even if it's not going to work entirely how I want, for reasons unknown. Okay, if the Juggernaut is in... Alright, if the Juggernaut's over here, then you will fall back. Alright, we're gonna change this static boolean to reference either of these two. Reverse their positions yet again. Alright. At Gravemind boss fight? How would that make any sense? Where would I do that? Doesn't Delta Halo have 2 monitors? No. Just the one who's been captured. Oh my god, stop trying to beat this guy up. You're not fit for this. Okay. Teleport you over here. That works. Now you're over there. You should go down here. Okay. That's good enough. Let's see if I teleport the Juggernaut back out of the spot there, if he goes back to reverse. Okay, so am I only just now learning that AI can only switch between primary and secondary area sets a limited amount of times? Whatever, that works as intended anyway. That'll be good enough. Okay, I need something to eat, so I'll be back in a minute. Hi, I'm back. Got something to munch on. Got some chicken Alfredo with some red peppers thrown in. I have only had a banana to eat today, so I'm very hungry. Hot.
Forward, warriors, and fear not pain or death.
Patty made the icon for keeping track of your elite allies on this mission.
More humans. They must be after the icon.
And I coded it to work.
On your way, Arbiter. I'll deal with these beasts. I see that coward didn't join you. I'll do what I can to keep the flood off your back. We cannot let the humans capture the icon. The higher-ups do not look kind to
Don't mind the gas giant door that's just in the floor here. That's a placeholder Gold Athena's working on for something in this door frame.
Look, up ahead. The parasite gathers for an attack.
Does the Phantom deploy its pods? No, I can't find anywhere good for that, at least at this point in the game. Anywhere there's a Phantom in this mission, it's a bit too busy dropping off vehicles to have pods attached to it. And trying to get pods dropped onto the gondola while it's moving, while having ideal placements for the pods that don't obstruct the Gauss turret or the allies' movement would be an absolute logistical nightmare. I just can't find a good place to have the Phantom drop off the pods yet. need to my Covenant not die so I can test this properly. Fix the door speed? No, not yet. He sticks by you in quarantine zone in this mod? No, you're thinking of Oracle. He still buggers off at the start of quarantine zone and doesn't get dropped off later until where I put the gun tower. He gets dropped off in the same place that he does in vanilla. I did make him follow you properly, Oracle, for half of the mission. Down now, or at least half of them are going down. But the rest of them come down when the rest of the carrier bombardment comes. I need the allies, like, they need some cover to use back here, so they're not sitting ducks against the ranged blood. Prepares. Should be coming up to cover. Making it different. Okay, now he's in that trigger volume, so now they should be covering. Ah! I haven't put any checkpoints in this encounter yet either, so I haven't gotten that far yet. Definitely should get a checkpoint, though, when you get to the vertical rise, anyway. Let me slip that into the key main script. Idiot. Save. Hack. Save. And then we'll give another save before the Juggernaut. as soon as the Juggernaut spawns. Save when the low flood starts spawning. I can't do guaranteed saves here because they'd be a little too risky since you're permanently over a bottomless pit. So I have to do safe saves here only. But I'm definitely going to make sure they're consistent on like Vanilla's Gondola ride, which seemed like a complete coin toss. Vanilla's E-ride checkpoints honestly feel like there's like only a 1 in 8 chance that the game will actually give you a checkpoint. The amount of times I've played Vanilla's Key Ride, and I'm like 3/4 of the way through the entire thing without a single checkpoint. So a single death all the way back to the beginning. It's like the worst kind of gameplay experience. This is so good. One of my faves. Oh god, I needed that so bad. I was starving. Okay, so that should be like the entire vertical section taken care of. Now we need to work out the enemy spawns for the third wave section, which should be pretty simple. Let's see. What I have planned here are, for this final stretch, are some squad of Flood ODSTs in particular, one with a rocket launcher maybe, and then maybe also some camo Flood. We'll see how much room we have for all of that. While I'm here, let me also fix the timing of the door opening. Part of the script handles that. I'm not sure actually why that opened so late. If anything, it should have opened like too early. Because I slowed it down. I slowed the key down. It should give you plenty of time to fight the Juggernaut and then catch your breath. Give elites dual weapons. I actually figured out why sometimes trading weapons with dual wielding elites glitches out. It happens anytime you try to trade weapons with the dual wielding elite who spawned with a dual weapon that uses a magazine, with two dual weapons that both use magazines. So if you try to trade a weapon with an elite that's dual wielding needlers, it'll like glitch out and he'll lose the weapon in his right hand. It'll just be like unable to fight at all. But if you try to trade weapons with an elite that spawns with dual plasma rifles or like only one magazine dual weapon, then it will trade properly. So that's just like an engine glitch that Bungie never caught. And it's something that's outside of my ability to fix. Okay, so the problem is that it closes too early, not that it opens too early. Alright, so let's wait like 240 seconds. ticks before closing it and see if that helps the timing. See you later, Toast. Get up here. Heavy's waiting even longer. Wait like 15 seconds before closing again. How long do I have to delay this? Closing again. Oh, is it because it automatically closes in the device machine thing? Not operate automatically. It does not close automatically. Thank you very much. On the rest of the way work well. The key literally clips through the geometry here. There's one bungo. Is it on me to fix that? I'm gonna have to fix that myself, aren't I? Alright, I'll add it to my fix notes. Okay, that's that sorted away. Let me get a feel for how much time you spend in this horizontal part to see how much time and room we have to do special flood spawns like Camo Flood or ODST Flood. I would like to prioritize Camo Flood because I'm struggling to find places to put stealth rank Flood into the campaign. So this is when one of them would spawn, ideally. Another. This would probably be the ODST flood. Okay, so that is going to be my aim then. We'll try to spawn Camo Flood on the first platform, and then ODST flood on the second set of platforms. Or alternatively, I could have Camo Flood drop down from the lid here as you come down, but it depends on if you're going to be done fighting the Juggernaut by then. Likely. Let me play this again and see what the timing is on how fast I'm able to kill the Juggernaut and how close we are to the end of the vertical shaft. So I can get a feel for when players will likely kill the Juggernaut.
Capture the icon. The higher-ups do not look kindly on failure.
I'm gonna avoid use of the Gauss turret and any power weapons here, so I can see like what the average longest time is. Kill the Juggernaut if the player is not using everything at their disposal. Use the Gauss turret? They could, but I set them not to because that might mess things up. I might allow them to use it, as long as they're not supposed to be like on the lower level. We'll see. Not totally against the idea of allowing them to use it. These elites really need something to cover behind. We'll call that out later though. That is not the correct order you're supposed to be using. Ah, fucking Halo 2's AI order system is so freaking glitchy. If they progress to another order at the same time that they're being scripted to switch to another order, after they switch to that order that the script is trying to switch them to, the game will switch them back to the order that they were trying to previously progress to anyway. It's like so fucking annoying. And I can only assume it's like an engine glitch that just never got caught. I have to do some stupid shit like this, like a looping script that gets them back to the orders they're supposed to be in. Just like stupid brute force stuff like this. Sleep until in exit condition, Juggernaut dead, AI non-swarm keyed, Jug 0. Repeatedly reset their orders. Until the Juggernaut's dead. Halo 2's engine often just forces me to come up with the dumbest, most brute force solutions so like the game does what I want. We're gonna fix that, yeah, Willie also. I need like a failsafe script that teleports the Juggernaut back onto the key if he does something stupid like that. I don't think there's any gameplay condition under which it's like practically feasible good tactic to like get him off the key at any point, so it's probably just better to like not let him fall off and stuff. I'll come up with something for that later. Go to where you're supposed to be, please. Oh my god, the Halo 2 is fighting me tooth and nail. Just like automatically setting these guys to the wrong orders just because this engine doesn't fucking work. Ah! This fucking engine's so broken. So fucking stupid, I swear to god. The game just refuses to keep them in the orders that they're supposed to have. Like Halo 2's AI are once again gaining autonomy, and I don't like it. Yeah, there's nothing in these orders that would transition them to the followers on the gondola. The engine's literally just fucking broken. In fact, might need to spam set their orders even at a higher frequency here. How close are you to die? We still got a fair bit to go. Yeah, go up, get him, guys. Okay, that timing feels about ideal. I imagine most players are gonna take a heavy weapon to him or use the Gauss turret, so he's gonna die even faster in that case. So I think we might be justified in why is this still closing? So why is that still closing? Oh yeah, it's because I didn't fix that in the main script. Why would that still be closing early? That doesn't make any sense. Did I not recompile the scripts? That doesn't make sense. Hatoris isn't going to be invincible in this rebalance? I don't know how to answer that, honestly, because the boss fight, I want the boss fight to be a million times better, but that might also involve not making him die too soon. You know what I mean? Tech test without recompiling first. Okay, so think, debating on whether or not I want to spawn the camo flood at the lid of this place, or... I mean, I guess no, I don't think I want to risk spawning the camo flood too early. If I feel like it takes too long to get to the top here, after the players are likely to have already killed the Juggernaut, then I can always just like speed up the gondola halfway through, because by that point don't have to worry about the bombarding carriers and infection forms dying from collision anymore, because they're likely already dead. So yeah, I'll save all the camo flood for over here. Let's see how I want to spawn them in. I think if we need some extra flood spawns to build that dead air here, we can always use the hole at the bottom. Just gonna focus on the main sort of course that I want to feature, course of flood that I want to feature, or the camo flood, and then over here maybe the ODST flood. Alright, key, flood, and R. You are going to use the orders that command script that gets you to jump at negative 90 degrees. Or just regular 90 degrees. You. E. I need to give them their own orders, probably because they're an active game. No, I can manually set their ammo via scripts. I think probably, yeah, Kaney, in some places. I'm not exactly sure where yet, though. Juggernaut throwing boulders is an encounter-specific thing that I tell it to do. Oh my god! Hi, Rythace! Good to see you. Love your art. 2 and 3's engine similar enough to backport any of the assets or AI improvements? Asset-wise, you can pretty much port any model to any game. There's just some like differences in shader capabilities and like certain like animation capabilities and stuff like that. Porting stuff doesn't really have to do with the engine capabilities generally. Unless you're trying to port some like deliberately really complicated, innovative stuff from that game to a previous game and expecting it to work. The Enforcer arms no longer do anything? No longer do anything? What do you mean? I did not remove that ability. In fact, I only made it more prominent. Like a guaranteed scene of the Enforcer crushing a vehicle as soon as you encounter one at the start of this mission. Jump off in the right direction. There they go. Okay, so now I need to figure out the spawn timing of these guys. Alright, wake, AI, blood. No, I did not get rid of the Enforcer's crush. I show it off more than the vanilla game does. Nominally. Alright, so when are we gonna wake? A year of Gravemind streams. Don't worry. Gravemind may be like one of the longest levels in this game, but in terms of actually working on it, it's going to be extremely like smooth and easy because that mission features no vehicles, and like no AI following with vehicles, which add a huge amount of time and complexity to scripting, design, and encounter building. So Gravemind is going to be a very, very simple mission to work on. I don't expect Gravemind to take terribly long unless I add like an entire level's worth of new geometry, which I doubt. I'm not even sure what kind of geometry stuff, if any, I want to do with Gravemind. And this level does have AI vehicle encounters and friendly AI vehicle action as well. And you see how fast I've gone through this mission, so I'm very confident about the pace I'll be able to tackle Gravemind. Block battles and cruisers fighting in the background on Gravemind High Charity. I'm not actually sure, because the idea of the Prophets allowing Covenant ships inside of High Charity seems like a bit of a stretch to me. Like, that seems like it would be a recipe for disaster from a Covenant logistics standpoint. Like, Banshees in there and Phantoms I can easily understand, but entire Covenant capital ships allowed inside of High Charity, inside of the Holy City itself, that seems like ridiculous to me. But flock battles in the form of, like, Phantoms and Banshees? That would be fun. Alright, I need the Boolean for when the key gets to the second horizontal. Horizontal segment. Block 1 end. That should be it. Alright, sleep until this. Okay. So now I need to figure out what the timing these guys spawn is going to be. Yeah, pretty much I'd say so, Cricket. I try not to violate canon anywhere, establish canon around the time it was released anyway. Canon that was retroactively implemented, particularly after the Bungie era, I don't care about, like, violating retroactive canon in that sense. That's lower on the priority list. Let's see what this timing, the timing on these guys' spawn is. Oh, thank you, Anthony.
Really cool stuff. Been watching from on base season long.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the $3, and thank you for using Streamlabs. For YouTube, it takes 0% of the donation, as opposed to Super Chats, where they take 30%. Probably gonna play twice. I still do not have the motivation to fix that. They did not recompile for that to work properly. It played twice, but got cut off for some reason. When is it gonna tick this one? And that's ticked. Oh, I didn't wake that, did I? Might need to make it my own test script for this. The final. Fan of any of the Halo novels? Yeah, I liked them decently well. I haven't read that many though. I've only read like First Strike, Fall of Reach, The Flood, and like half of Ghosts of Onyx in like school, but I don't not remember anything from that book. Yeah, I predict I'm still gonna have Grunt Ally Spec Ops in Halo 3 Rebalance. Where is it? Oh my god, where is it? Down there. Is it teleporting all the way to the end? Where is it? What the hell is it? frick is it? I'm confused as to how this section is. Zoom! Get it up there. Okay, now it should probably. Let's see how long I need to delay these guys. I need to spawn them in sooner, if anything. Just make a separate script for them that has them delay for short time. Set their camouflage while I'm at it. AI set active AI GPMG with grenade launcher. I never really found a good place that the grenade launcher GPMG would fit. Seems like a bit much, considering the GPMG itself is already a cut edition. Hey, that was perfect. Let me give them a little bit more of a variety of weapons. I think I'm definitely going to need to slow this part down so we have time to deal with the camel flood. And also, so the OSD flood has time to shine without getting overshadowed by the camel flood. Right. Okay guys, that'll do it for today's stream. We went on for a solid 4.5 hours today, and we're almost done with the section of the encounter already. Setting up to work anyway. Fine-tuning it. Still need to fine-tune everything and all that. But yeah, I have a Patreon if you want to keep supporting this project. Thank you to everybody who donated as well. And I'll see you guys this weekend if I can stick to a consistent schedule. So yeah, good night guys.